Roland, let's open presents. Come on, we're waiting.
Welcome to the edit section. Welcome to the aim section. Welcome to the edit section.
Yo, what's up, guys? Day 6 of the Winterfest. So we got this new one that's definitely Snoop, I guess. So we're gonna go for that one today. Yup. Yo, this is Icon Series Santa Dog. From Nor. Thank you. Hopefully everyone's having a happy holiday. Back at it, man, Mr. Chief. A little meditation before we get in there.
What's going on, champs and champettes? It's Monkey here, and in today's YouTube video, we'll be doing a double feature. So firstly, we'll be talking about how you can get the Snoop Dogg outfit for free through the Winterfest cabin, because it has now officially gone live, meaning you can get it the normal way. And then secondly, we'll be talking about an update regarding the Master Chief's matte black variant for the actual outfit itself, because we do have an update on that whole situation. So firstly, for the brand new Christmas Snoop Dogg skin, all you want to do is go over to your cabin, assuming that you are your gift all right going on the floor, like a really neat actual menu. We can see the skin right there. Now for our second topic of today's YouTube video, we have to talk about Master Chief and what's been going on with his matte black variant. So if we go ahead and type Master Chief right here, you can see that we have the normal Master Chief variant that you actually get just by buying the skin, but we have the matte black variant, which was an exclusive variant for people who played on Xbox Series X/S and on Xbox Cloud Gaming. Now I'm not for sure if the cloud gaming part is actually re-enabled, but Epic Games did make a statement after stating that, hey, you know, this variant is no longer going to be available for anyone. You had to get it before December 2024, when originally they said it would be available at any time. They have now stated that if you play a match on Xbox Series X/S after acquiring the outfit to unlock the style, it will now be available permanently. It doesn't matter about a cutoff date. So it seems like they're going back on their original, you know, like backtrack. So it's like they're backtracking on a backtrack and being like, hey guys, you know how we said back in 2020 this variant could be obtained whenever you wanted to? Yeah, well, it can now be obtained whenever you wanted to. So if you're someone who wants to get the matte black variant of Master Chief, it is now available for you once again. All you have to do is play a match on Xbox Series X/S after owning the Master Chief skin. Now there's a chance that you actually got the skin granted to you, or the variant granted to you, just by owning the skin when the original issue happened, because some people who bought it when it returned a day or two ago actually ended up getting that variant instantly granted to them right away, even if they might not have played on Xbox Series X/S. So there is a chance that if you bought this skin recently, you might have already gotten the matte black variant without doing that extra requirement. Now, if you're someone who doesn't have an Xbox and you want to go ahead and still try getting this variant, I'm not sure once again if it will work anymore, but I do know in the past using Xbox Cloud Gaming to play Fortnite for 1 to 2 matches has granted this variant as well. So there is a chance for you to get it if you don't even own an Xbox. Try Cloud Gaming. You know, if you have to pay for it or something, I'd recommend against it, just because of the fact that if it's available for free, you know, might as well try it. But I don't want to tell you guys to spend like $5, $10 or something if it costs a subscription like Game Pass or something just to get this variant right here. But it's definitely something to look forward to and, you know, look into if you want to get this version of Master Chief. But they did go back on their word, which definitely means that when we get skins like Kratos or Alloy returning in the future, so if we go over here, for example, with like Alloy, we have the secondary variant right here for Ice Hunter. If we go over to Kratos, we have the armored variant right there that you can see I have equipped. Most likely what's going to happen when these return is either a situation where the variant won't be granted at first, similar to what happened to Master Chief, but because of these being mentioned before as unlock anytime in the future, it will most likely have the Master Chief treatment where they'll re-enable those grants over time, and you'll be able to actually earn the armored version of this skin or the Ice Hunter version of Alloy when those skins actually make their way back into Fortnite. But with that said, I know a lot of people are like, oh, are we going to sue Epic Games? Lawsuit inbound. And I remember talking about it, I was like, hey man, you know, I'm not going to put in the effort to talk about a lawsuit or try doing one myself or whatever. If it happens, it happens. But it looks like, you know, because of the backlash and everything, it didn't have to happen, right? We ended up just getting the grant back to us, even though I already had the variant before, so it didn't really matter to me. But it is nice to know that we are able to actually still get this, so people who want an exclusive variant are still able to actually obtain it. With that said, however, I hope you champs and champions enjoyed today's double feature upload. If you did, consider subscribing and support the content I create. And until next time, I'll catch you guys a little bit later with another upload. Peace out.
This is what game movement looks like on Razer's new keyboard. It achieves perfect strafing inputs. No movement overlap, no delay between direction changes. This movement accuracy is 100% impossible on a normal keyboard, and in the past, this way of input handling has been determined as cheating. Razer though are calling it SnapTap. It's a free update that's available on their Huntsman V3 analog keyboards, and after testing this thing out, it is 100% something that we need to talk about. Normal gaming keyboards look like this. You've got a 2mm actuation point. Beyond that, the key is active, and above that point, the key is reset. That's pretty much it. The main issue here is that there's a lot of delay between what you intend to happen when you press or release a switch and the point when that actually happens. But then, Wooding mostly fixed this. They came out with their adjustable actuation points, making the press delay basically as minimal as you'd want, along with a feature called Rapid Trigger, allowing the switch to instantly reset the moment it starts lifting up. This feels leaps and bounds more intuitive to play on, and since the majority of keyboard input lag is actually the physical travel of the switch, it offers literally multiple frames of lower latency pressing and releasing switches. But there's actually one more thing. On the Wooding, it is still technically possible to overlap your movement keys. If you start pressing one direction before releasing the other, you're technically actuating both keys at the same time, and in most games, this will give you no input. The chance of this happening is way lower than a regular mechanical keyboard, but it is still there, and that is where this new feature from Razer comes in, called SnapTap. It only activates your last pressed input, now making it impossible to overlap your movement keys. If you hold down one key and then press the opposite direction without releasing the other, you'll just start moving in that new direction. There is no movement overlap at all, and there's also no delay between the left and right movement. You can be moving in one direction on one frame and then instantly get an input in the opposite direction, literally the next frame. No other keyboard can do this. Now in Counter-Strike, the most important movement technique to learn is called counter-strafing. It's when you release one movement key and then tap the opposite one to stop moving as soon as you possibly can. In this game, you only have full accuracy at 0 movement velocity or very close to it, so the sooner you can stop moving, the sooner you can fire an accurate shot. And this technique takes a lot of practice. It looks easy if you've never tried it before, but consider the precise timing that you need to release and press that new switch every single time in the heat of a game, with no movement overlap and no delay between those inputs. It is legitimately something that you could still be improving after thousands of hours of playing this game. This keyboard though can do it perfectly every single time with like no effort. All you need to do is be moving in one direction and tap the opposite direction, and you get a perfect counter strafe every single time. And I don't mean like perfect as in like kind of perfect, I mean frame by frame. This is as perfect of a counter strafe as the game engine will allow. So here's a bit of a counter strafing simulation between the Razer Huntsman Mini V3 and the Wooding 60. These two solenoids will perform a strafe and a counter strafe, so we can see which keyboard will give us the better movement. And to kind of simulate human error, I've added a tiny bit of overlap. Basically, if you were to start pressing one key without lifting the other immediately, which is way more common than you might think, especially under the pressure of a competitive game, even for a pro player. And yeah, we can see a difference. Razer's SnapTap gets us back to full weapon accuracy roughly 60 to 70 milliseconds faster, and maybe more importantly here, there are several frames where you'll be at full accuracy on the Razer, but almost full spread on the Wooding. And then in Overwatch, where you don't have counter-strafing, but you do have instant changes in direction, it's a very similar result. Not something that's easily noticeable in real time, but keep in mind this is the exact same input happening on both keyboards, but with a different result. I've also only simulated a tiny bit of overlap of just 50 milliseconds. The worse that overlap is, the more dramatic this result will be. But again, the big thing here is how easy this is to do every single time, and you get a perfect input. I can personally count the number of times that I've played CS. It's enough to know that my movement is pretty bad, but this keyboard turned me into a counter-strafing god within about 5 minutes of practice. It was so easy to do over and over again. Even under the pressure of a 1v1, this keyboard just did it for me. But then I noticed something that's maybe even more broken. If you hold down one direction and keep tapping the opposite direction, you can do absolutely perfect jiggle strafing. Again here, no input overlapping or delay, it's brutally easy to do, and if you stay within the right dead zone in Counter-Strike, you still technically have full accuracy. It makes micro-correcting with little strafe inputs absurdly easy. You can do perfect jiggle peaks around corners with like no effort at all, and you're a lot harder to hit compared compared to just standing still or crouching. It's kind of busted in Overwatch as well. I mean, it's like the most insane strafe spam that I've personally ever seen. This kind of strafe with no error or delay is actually impossible on any other keyboard unless you're a robot. The usefulness of this in an actual competitive match though is definitely up for debate, but used in a more normal way where you're actually dodging and mirroring enemy input, it does definitely feel like a more responsive and clean input. Now this snap tap feature, this way of only prioritizing your last pressed input, is actually nothing new. It's been around for a while in both Team Fortress 2 and Counter-Strike with something called null cancelling movement. It's a script which basically does the same thing on pretty much any keyboard, and at least in CS, it wasn't allowed in competition. This new keyboard though, apparently is allowed at the highest level of ESL tournaments, which is going to be interesting for sure. For most people who are just going to be using this to rank up online though, I don't think that this is like bannable or even detectable because it's doing it at a hardware level. Maybe I'm wrong there, but yeah, I think we're at an interesting point in time with gaming keyboards especially, where game developers and tournament referees need to look at this stuff and actually decide whether it is broken for their particular game. Especially the way that it can be used to AD spam so quickly and so accurately with no error. Yeah, I don't know, that's just not normal. For those that play Valorant though, there's actually nothing to worry about here because Razor's snap tap is actually not that useful. Counter-strafing in Valorant is nowhere near as strong as in CS. You do get slightly shorter animations, but yeah, rapid trigger has a much greater effect here. At the very least, it is a nice feature that means that you will never be overlapping inputs, but that's pretty much it. Now, Wooting does have a kind of similar feature to this called Rappy Snappy. It's similar in the way that it won't let you overlap inputs, but instead it prioritizes the furthest pressed input, not the last pressed input like Razor. Wooting's version is pretty harmless, at least for FPS games. It's not too beneficial since most people are going to be pressing their movement keys to full depth. Otherwise, this thing is seriously OP, especially for CS. I can see why a few pro players don't want this thing to be included in competition. Game movement, after all, is a skill. Just like your aim, it takes thousands of hours to get it to a really competitive level. With this keyboard though, you're kind of cheat coding your way to a perfect input. I mean, the fact that I can pick up this keyboard and have like actually better strafing inputs than some pro players out there, that does make this feel kind of broken.
Being the best mechanical player in Fortnite is a massive deal. The correlation between the best mechanical players and most famous players has almost always been linear, meaning if you ever had the best mechanics in any season of Fortnite, you would also do incredibly well on Twitch and YouTube, the result of which being tens of thousands of dollars in monthly income and a name the community as a whole look up to. Today we're going over the best mechanical players from every single Fortnite season ever, and as an added extra, we will see the progression of people's mechanics from all 28 seasons. Starting all the way at the very first season ever, or Season 0, the best mechanical player was Myth. Now, Season 0, or the Fortnite preseason, was in reality just a test for Fortnite's Battle Royale mode. It only lasted for 43 days, and the game wasn't popular at all. However, if you were lucky enough to pick up on the game this early on, you could really get a head start in building a career on what later became the biggest game in the world. Myth was one of the few who instantly stopped playing his main game and rolled the dice on Fortnite. You see, before Fortnite, Myth was a well-known name in another Epic Games game by the name Paragon, but unfortunately, when Fortnite Season 0 was released, it was already teased that Paragon would eventually get cancelled. This was extremely heartbreaking news for the players who genuinely loved that game. But for the Myth, this would be the biggest blessing in disguise of his career. During Season 0, Myth would break his record for hours streamed on Twitch, doing 214 hours of grinding, much thanks to his newfound love for Fortnite Battle Royale. During the very first season of Fortnite, Myth stood out mechanically by building 1x1 towers and playing super smart, resulting in him winning more games than anyone else in the world. In addition to Myth being the player who popularized 1x1ing, he also understood the importance of map switching already in the first few days of playing, a skill some players spent months to understand after Fortnite's initial release. Before moving on to Season 1, I also do need to note that Myth had a slight additional advantage over most other players, and that was the fact that he had clocked in just about 7 hours on Fortnite's Save the World 2 months before before Battle Royale was even released, meaning he got to try out the building and editing mechanic before 99.99% of everyone else. Myth also ended up becoming one of the biggest streamers in the world, averaging over 37,000 viewers just 8 months after his switch to Fortnite, and at his peak, taking second place in the world for most followers on Twitch. Moving on to Chapter 1, Season 1, the player with the best builds and edits was Nick A30. Now, to those of you who hasn't been around since the beginning of Fortnite, this might sound super weird, considering Nick does content for casual viewers nowadays and does not play to become the best player possible. But believe it or not, in the first few seasons, he was actually incredible when it came to editing specifically, but his builds were also better than every other known player in Season 1. The background footage is unfortunately from the first day of Season 2, as Nick does not have any of his YouTube live streams public for me to watch back. But his skill on the first day of Season 2 naturally came from his hours put in both the pre-season and Season 1, where he was the best mechanical player. One thing I also need to mention about these early seasons is that turbo building wasn't in the game, meaning for every single build you wanted to place, you had to manually click once on your mouse button or alternatively on your controller. In addition to this, client-side editing was not yet added to the game, meaning the time it took for the edit menu to appear was dependent on what ping you were playing on. Nowadays, whether you play on 30 ping or 100 ping, the edit menu will appear instantly when you press edit. It's confirming the edit that will take longer based on how high your ping is. What made Nick the player with the best mechanics at this time was the fact that he was one of the first to understand the importance of improving builds and edits, whereas most others playing the game had more than enough to focus on by simply running around and shooting at everybody. Nick, coming from a successful career as a content creator on the game The Last of Us, understood the importance of having visually appealing gameplay when streaming, so he locked in and put in the reps on both building and editing before it became popular, and as a result, he became the very best in the world and one looked up to by many for his, at the time, incredibly fast and consistent mechanics. For the second season, the choice is easy for the best mechanical player. It was none other than Hamlinz. Hamlinz, very early on, had a much better understanding of the grid system compared to everyone else, meaning he understood how far certain builds reached, how high they could go by him holding his crosshair at various different heights, and most importantly, he was the player who popularized coning opponents when they ramped above him. As a result of Hamlinz not only being the best mechanical player of Season 2, but also one of the players with the most amount of wins in the entire world, he ended up getting signed to TSM on February 3rd of 2018. And this was during his mechanical prime of Season 2. TSM taking a chance on Hamlinz in the beginning of February would be one of their most legendary signings even to this day. Hamlinz went from 62 average viewers in November, 93 in December, and 193 in January to just over 1500 in the very month he was signed. And due to his in-game skill, coupled with his extremely likable, wholesome, and funny personality, these numbers would only improve in the months to follow. Needless to say, Hamlinz is one of the most influential players Fortnite has ever seen, and because of his building and editing abilities in the early days of the game, he also wholeheartedly deserves a spot in this video. Geomag might never have got to the level of Hamlinz when it came to social media, but when it came to building and editing, he became even better, and just like with Hamlinz, his unique abilities to be better than anyone else in the world mechanically led to him having a highly decorated career in Fortnite. In March of 2018, or in other words the beginning of Season 3, a ton of esports organizations recognized how good Geomag was and took an interest in signing him to play under their name for a respectable monthly salary. With many good options to choose from, Jo ended up going with a legendary org, FaZe Clan. Being noticed and signed to FaZe speaks for itself when it comes to what kind of potential you have in either competitive gaming, content, or both at the same time. Luckily for Geomag, he was able to provide phenomenal results under his new org. During his career, he would win over 70 grand from tournaments, get over 100k subs on YouTube, a $250,000 over on Twitch, and during the entire length of Season 3, he was by many considered the fastest mechanical player in the entire world. Talking about speed, for Season 4, the best mechanical player was Symphony, but this season was more serious than any other season players had played before, and that was all thanks to an update that came towards the end of the season, adding a game mode called Playground. Playground, as you all probably know, was a mode that allowed you to 10 times faster gather mats so that you could practice your builds and edits individually and effectively. It also of course allowed for 1v1 build fights to happen consistently, and if you were in the right friend group and was able to fight tough players on the daily, that would give you a massive boost in individual skill. Symphony was one of the first who took this opportunity and put in a disturbing amount of reps into becoming a mechanical mastermind, something he also at the time achieved to a higher extent than anyone else. The downwards stair and floor edits that Sim did in Season 4 was considered incredibly difficult and impressive at the time, and he gained a little extra respect because of how he was able to not only do incredible mechanical moves in Playground, but he was also able to replicate the highest level of high ground retakes, fast edits, and unorthodox builds also in-game, even when he was matched against other top players. And since we're on the topic of top players, it's only fitting we move on to Season 5, where EU also started making some moves in terms of developing unique and impressive mechanics. The best mechanical player from this season was without a shadow of a doubt Atlantis Magin. Now, during this period of time, competitive was not really a massive deal. The summer skirmish hadn't even started, and most players really just played Fortnite to have a good time with their friends. However, as more and more people began playing the game, a small community of ambitious players started to push each other to become individuals that were faster, smarter, and more consistent than the tens of millions of other players who had downloaded Fortnite since its recent release. And Magin, well, it's safe to say that he was one of them. Because of how good Magin was in Season 5, some people in the extremely small yet ambitious competitive community started slowly but surely talking about this mysterious talent. And Martos actually made a video 1v1ing him at the time. Magin in the video pulled off plays nobody had seen before, and Martos was beyond impressed. And if you at the time took a look at Magin's channel, you would see an insane video by the name Magin Build Fights #5, which is also the background footage playing right now. In the video, you would see Magin doing double 90s, a move that nobody knew about and let alone how to do. You would see him do side jumps, double edits, and things that at the time were revolutionary. This season was undeniably the easiest pick for this entire video. For Season 6, Mongrel stood out mechanically more than anyone else. During the season, Mongrel would post his very first build fights video, and people in the comments were more than impressed. Some saying they got dizzy by watching how fast he built, another person saying he blinked and Mongrel reached the sky limit, and others simply asking whether or not his keyboard was waterproof. You see, Mongrel was undeniably the fastest builder and editor in Season 6. The way he built 90s was very visually pleasing, and his double edits were hard to match for any player, even if they had invested tons of time into the game. What made Mongrel incredibly unique, however, was how he was able to have these world-class builds and edits, but also arguably having the best aim in the entire world. Because of how well-rounded he was able to drop high kill games consistently, one of which being a 31 bomb he recorded and put out on YouTube, a video that would go on to get close to 6 million views. Unfortunately, at this time, he could not compete in tournaments, as the age requirement was 16, and Mongrel, well, he was 14 years of age. So he made sure to make the most out of the situation and kept grinding streams, high kill solo versus squads games, which were incredibly popular at the time, and when he got the opportunity to practice against other competitive hungry players, he made sure to take it, so that he was ready when he turned 16 or when Epic lowered the age requirement to compete. Naturally, we all know how it ended for Mongrel, becoming one of the very best competitors this game has ever seen, and it all started from him understanding the mechanical aspect of the game better than anyone else in the beginning of Fortnite. The season after Mongrel being the player with the best mechanics worldwide, somebody he was very close to stood out and had even better mechanics than him, and also everybody else playing the game. The person I'm talking about is none other than Mr. Savage. Mr. Savage had, and still to this day, has some of the quickest reaction time out of any player who has ever touched the game. This allows him to not only build and edit at lightning fast speeds, but he's also able to insanely quickly think out super smart plays to outplay his opponents, whether it be mechanically, aim-wise, or utilizing a gun that has just been added to the game. Another trait that both Savage and Mongrel had at this time that very few other mechanical demons possessed was the ability to use their strength in real games against actual good players. Sure, there were tons of players with fast mechanics, but very few were able to use them playing an actual competitive event, or even when playing customs against the top players in their region. Savage, still to this day, remains one of the best mechanical players, but during Season 7, he was inhuman in comparison to the vast majority of other players. So him being my pick for this one is an absolute no-brainer. At the end of Season 7 and going into Season 8, the pressure for those of us who had invested a ton of time into Fortnite became 100 times higher. This was because just 6 days prior to Season 8's release, Epic announced that they would pour in $130 million for the biggest Fortnite tournament they had ever hosted, the World Cup. Now, one player saw this opportunity and grinded harder than ever to make sure he was one of the 100 players who qualified for the solo finals in New York. And that player was Bugha. Already in the very first week of the qualifiers, just 2 months after Epic announced the World Cup, Bugha would go on to perform better than the millions of other ambitious players trying to make it, placing 395th in opens to easily qual to the weekly finals, and then the day after punch his ticket in to the actual finals, winning $5,000 and an additional guaranteed 50k. Bugha's mechanics at this time were incredibly unique. Whilst everyone was trying to be flashy, shaking their mouse around to try and look fast, Bugha looked insanely fast even though he was playing in a very smooth and controlled way. By looking at his mouse movements, it seemed as though he was made for the game. If there's one player who is genetically built for Fortnite, it is Bugha. He was, and still to this day, is the cleanest player that has ever competed. And much thanks to this attribute, he was the best mechanical player in Season 8. The second to last season of Chapter 1, or in other words, Season 9, had Clix's name written all over it. This was literally his season, especially when it came to mechanics. Most of you already know how Clix was able to buy a PC from winning 1v1 wagers against various different players. Practicing when the opponents you're fighting are really tryharding makes all the hours you put in highly effective, and doing this day in and day out made Clix one of the very best fighters in the world. Because of how Clix was consistently able to play against these top players, his in-game abilities during the World Cup qualifiers were also insane. It ended with him qualifying 5 times to the finals in New York and taking a spot for the player who qualified the most amount of times over on the NA East region. What Clix did right in comparison to everyone else during the time span of the early seasons of Fortnite was playing against hundreds of different players with various different strengths and weaknesses. This ended in him becoming a hyper well-rounded player, being able to beat and understand any player he fought in game. The problem a lot of people faced during this time was that they had the fundamental mechanics to be great, but they only played against the same player every single day, resulting in having some very visible weaknesses. Clix still remains one of the best ever, mechanically speaking. He's able to do things in laggy lobbies nowadays very few are able to match. His understanding of timing is top tier, and his speed also remains supersonic. Season X concluded the first chapter of Fortnite, and in terms of mechanics, the best player at this time was Benji Fishy. This season was dominated by 3 EU players, one of which being Benji, and the 2 others being Mongrel and Metro. Benji in Season X was kind of like a hybrid between Mongrel, his trio mate, and Savage, his duo partner, having insanely fast reaction time like Savage, and also being able to build and edit just like Mongrel. Because of Benji's mechanical abilities, he became one of the best fighters in the world during Season X, and this led to him and his trio taking home over $100,000 each just from competitive during the 2.5 months the season lasted. That's over $33,000 a month in income just from competition alone. Not to mention his social medias were probably pulling in 3 times these numbers, as all 3 Metro, Benji and Mongrel were popping off on viewers during their partnership. Benji unfortunately no longer plays Fortnite. He's now pursuing competitive Valorant, but his legacy as one of the nicest and best players lives on. With Chapter 2 Season 1's release, the year of 2020 started for Fortnite competitive, and during this season a player by the name Kanada would put his mark on the game. During this era of Fortnite, a lot of pros from both EU and NA grinded creative box fights and zone wars. This season actually developed some amazing players, and even though Kanada was the best mechanical player, players like Bucky, Clix, and even Asian Jeff also played to an incredibly high level when it came to building and editing. Again, much like many of the other players who have previously talked about, Kanada was able to use his high tier creative mechanics also in game. In the first 3 solo cash cups of Season 1, he would place 24th, 1st, and 2nd back to back to back, emphasizing his competitive skill as well. Season 1 would go on to be the longest season of Fortnite ever, lasting for a disturbing 128 days. Because of the season being so long, tournaments were few and far between, so pro players ended up resulting to grinding creative as previously mentioned, and Kanada came out on top as the very best mechanical player. I think few people understand just how good Stretch was mechanically in Season 2. A lot of people compared his mechanics to Bugha's because of how similar their mechanical playstyle was. However, even though people compared them in Season 2, Stretch was by far the best mechanical player in the world. Now, Stretch's mechanical strength was doing unorthodox plays nobody else was able to do. His piece control was probably 5 to 6 months ahead of everyone else's, and his consistency was unmatched. In addition to all of this, his timing during important endgame situations where the servers were incredibly laggy was at the very peak of what was possible at the time. This really shined through in the Season 2 solo invitational, where he ended on 3rd place, taking home 10k for his effort. Talking about effort, Chapter 2 Season 3 was a season that a ton of people put a lot of time into, because this was a season with a solos FNCS and a huge opportunity for everyone who hadn't yet had the chance to prove themselves. However, when it came to mechanics, nobody came close to the likes of eyedrop. It's rare that a player is better than everyone else on all the fundamentals by having good mechs. I'm talking eyedrop was the best builder, editor, and he had the best movement out of any player during Season 3. Sadly, Unfortunately though, due to severe room for improvement in the brain department, iDrop didn't tryhard the solo FNCS as he found the tournament boring and therefore ended up not qualifying to the EU Grand Finals. Even though that result was very underwhelming, you can't deny how much of a mechanical mastermind he was in comparison to everyone else at the time. For Season 4 or Stark Season, the player with the best mix was once again Mongrel. Mongrel is the first player who has 2 spots in this video, and the reason he was the best mechanically at this time was simply because of how effective he was in important tournaments with his builds and edits. In comparison to players like iDrop, Mongrel was far less flashy, but the difference is that at the time he was way better at just getting the job done. And in a competitive environment where you're playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's pretty much all you can ask for. As most of you know, during Season 4, Mongrel was able to perform incredibly well in FNCS, and it was in this season he was able to take home his first and only FNCS trophy. He did so alongside the 2 other legendary players of Tayson and Mitro, and it's safe to say that mechanically he was by far the best player both in this trio and in the world. On the topic of legendary trios, the best mechanical player from Season 5 was one in a super legendary team. He was playing alongside Noah Rayleigh and Reese Nay, and they absolutely dominated when it came to fighting. Player I'm talking about, if you didn't already connect the dots, is Vedil. All 3 of these players had something fighting-wise that few others in the world understood. They were some of the first to popularize phasing builds and piece controlling downwards. Piece controlling downwards is something people still struggle with to this day, but already during this season 3 years ago, Vedil was on top of his game and mechanically speaking, peaking in comparison to everyone else. Moving on to Season 6, one of the most controversial seasons ever, the player with the best mechs was Kami. Kami has always been insane mechanically, and his strength is undeniably speedy builds and edits that comes from his fast sense and quick thinking. Most players with as high sense as him are not able to control it, meaning they don't really see success competitively due to their inconsistent aim. But Kami, well, he's the real deal. He's able to control the fast sense, have great aim, and even better mechs, and as a result, he has earned over $1 million from competing in Fortnite. Season 7 was the season of Dukes. Dukes during this season was so good that he was able to carry 2 players who, don't get me wrong, were good, but not FNCS champs level good, to an actual FNCS victory. Dukes has always been one of the more underrated players in my opinion, and his mechanics are nothing short of near perfection. What made him the best at the time was how he was able to never stop whilst performing various different edit sequences. Stopping after editing and in general just having bad movement when building and editing is one of the main flaws of players at a low level. Players like Dukes always keep a ton of momentum, always making him a hard target to hit. He still to this day is an incredible mechanical player, but in Season 7 he was different in the best possible sense of that word. Now, different isn't the word I would like to use for Noah Rayleigh, because he's straight up a robot. Noah Rayleigh is probably the greatest mechanical player in Fortnite's history. He was doing things in Chapter 2 Season 8 and before that are still considered impressive today. Very early on in this video, I talked about Buga and how he was made for the game, and mechanically speaking, the same can be said for Noah. What makes him better than everyone is how he's able to make such small and precise mouse movements. This means that his crosshair placement always remains good, and his mechanics seem incredibly fast, which truthfully, they are. His edit timing when it comes to confirming edits as well is pitch perfect. What that means is that he allows himself to crouch if needed when doing right hand peeks. He looks at the opponent to find a weakness and base his timing off of that. And obviously when he needs to be as fast as humanly possible, he doesn't let anyone down in that department either. Another player that had edit timing down to a T was Joe FN. Now, most of you watching have probably not heard about Joe, but you most likely have heard about Veno, Thomas HD, and Benji Fishy. These players are all friends of Joe, and especially Veno and Thomas played a lot of creative against him. One, because he's a good guy, I think, and secondly, because of how good the practice became when fighting him. You see, Joe was one of those players that was better than even tier 1 pros of fighting when he had his day, and this was much thanks to his insane mechanics and high fighting IQ. I genuinely think when Joe played at his peak, he was a top 3 fighter in the world, and his best FNCS placement of 4th reflects this very statement. Someone who made a statement in the second season of Chapter 3 was Vico. Now, Vico is a new generation professional player, with his first Grants appearance actually being in Season 1 of Chapter 3. And for a first Grants, he got a pretty okay placement of 28th. In Season 2, however, he understood that he could do better and banged out a 7th place. These results pretty much came out of nowhere, as his first really good placement didn't happen until 3 months prior to 7th place in Grants. Vico's rise to the top really shows how good you can become in a super short period of time, given that you grind insanely hard and get to be around the right friend group. I also think much of Vico's success was thanks to him understanding how to use his top tier mechanics in actual real games. Because when watching Vico on Twitch in Chapter 3 Season 2, you could tell just how confident he was in banging out insane mechanical moves, even in endgame situations. A skill very few players possess. For the second to last season of Chapter 3, Peterbot was the best mechanical player in the world. Peterbot's way of fighting is just pure confidence. This confidence comes from knowing that he can do lightning fast builds and edits, and nearly always hit an insanely hard pump in the end. Peter is actually one of the more well-rounded new-gen professional players. He has an FNCS title already, which he got in Season 2, but if he keeps improving like he has every season recently, it's only a matter of time before he gets another. A player that does not yet have an FNCS win, but definitely will in the future, is Pixie. Pixie is also a new-gen competitive player, and his mechanics kind of remind me of Noah Rayleigh's mechanics. His mouse movements are small and accurate, and his builds and edits are insanely fast. Pixie has so far made over $230,000 from competitive, and in 2023, he was the very best comp player from Sweden, which is insanely impressive considering the amount of talents from there. The one thing that makes Pixie not only one of the best mechanical players ever, but also just generally one of the best, is the fact that he rarely ever messes up. Most players have a few times where they might miss a shot or miss an edit. This seemingly doesn't happen to Pixie. When he goes down, it's most of the time just because he gets maxed, headshot sniped, or the players simply play phenomenally well. Moving on over to Chapter 4, the best mechanical player of Season 1 was Cold. Now, Cold is one of the most clutch players Fortnite Competitive has ever seen. If you ask me to name the 3 most clutch players ever, I'd probably say Cold, Mero, and Thomas HD. It's kind of crazy how this kid used to be just a creative demon, but when he got given an opportunity by Scented back in the day, he exceeded everyone's expectations, including Sented's. Because of Cold's abilities to clutch and stay calm even during the most important moments of his career, he has become someone who comes up in debates often when talking about the best players in the world. In Season 1, Cold was also able to win an FNCS alongside Acorn, and now won yet again in Season 1 of Chapter 5 with Acorn for the 2-time. His mechanics allow him to get out of extremely sticky situations, and if he keeps going like he has the last several months, in the future he will be one of the GOATs of Fortnite Competitive. Now, talking about GOATs, it's only fair we talk about Venno, who in Season 2 was the best mechanical player. Venno is undeniably a unique player. He's able to aggressively play fights better than any other player, consistently applying pressure, whether it be with his guns, pickaxe, or even by facing builds. Venno also has the ability to almost perfectly read any player he fights. He instantly recognizes what kind of plays his opponents will go for, looking at how they're playing from the very first seconds of the fights he takes. And because of his fast and consistent mechs, he's always able to punish the enemy's mistakes. He's also obviously considered one of the best height players in the world, being able to take it due to his insane mechanics. For the second to last competitive season of Chapter 4, a player by the name Pollo was the best mechanical player. Now, you've probably heard about Pollo from his 40 bomb attempt in the solo victory cash cup finals. Much like Venno, he's able to consistently apply pressure to the players he's fighting, whether it be in the 2nd zone or the 10th zone. And as a result, he's somehow able to consistently get 30 plus elim wins in the solo victory cash cups. Pollo and Peterbot are now playing together and just got 2nd place in the NAC FNCS Grand Finals, which really goes to show that if you're a player who masters fighting, that's pretty much enough to succeed at the highest level in the world. Of course, they might have had some unknown strategy that I don't know about, but I think they're just that good at fighting and have put enough hours into the game to understand what kind of high risk, high reward plays they can and cannot go for to succeed at that level. Another player that has seen success at the highest level recently is Cooper. Cooper was the best mechanical player of Season 4, where he won the FNCS Global Championships with Mero. Now, Cooper's mechanics are some of the most visually pleasing out of any pro's playstyle. His edits are snappy and his builds are fast. Cooper's mechanical playstyle revolves around just confusing the player he's fighting by building and editing a ton, and against the majority of players in Opens tournaments, this works fantastic. But when he has to adapt to playing against the very best in the world, and when the servers are at their worst, he's able to do that too. Cooper is someone I really hope to see a lot in the coming years. He has a funny and humble personality, and his skill is undeniable. And for the season we're in right now, Season 1 of Chapter 5, the player with the best mechs has been Marius. You might remember Marius from my The Future Pros of Competitive Fortnite video, where I talked about just how good this guy is at fighting. In the competitive community in Europe, he is by many considered the most annoying player to play against, but not because he plays passive or boring by any means, but rather just because of how hard it is to eliminate him, and how often he hits max damage shots after doing a chain of edits. Just today, Marius was able to place 4th in FNCS and getting 1st on the day. If he keeps up the same speed of improvement he has had the last last year, he will actually become the best player in the world. However, for now, he might not be the best player overall, but he does secure the title for the player with the best mechanics.
Fortnite, the most popular game of a generation, all thanks to massive content creators and larger-than-life tournaments. But things didn't start out this way. From the times with no tournaments at all,
I don't think we're gonna make it. I only got 5. Damn, we're dead.
to the Fortnite World Cup,
Your world champion, Booga!
to the modern FNCS era, today I will be taking you guys through the entire history of competitive Fortnite. Fortnite Battle Royale was released on September 26th of 2017, originally as a free-to-play add-on of the Save the World mode of Fortnite. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Save the World, it was a player versus zombie survival horror game, which wasn't really competitive at all, and also wasn't what gamers were looking for in 2017. Plus, you also had to pay for that version of the game, so Epic decided to add the Battle Royale mode to try and save the game. And not only did the game not die, it absolutely exploded.
Fortnite. A new season of Fortnite.
You couldn't go a day without hearing about Fortnite, so much so that it even got to daytime mom talk shows.
So your name is Ninja.
Yes.
And I should have a name too. So I'm thinking like either Magic Bullet or Cuisinart or...
LED.
Yeah. LED?
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
People loved the game because it was free to play, cross-platform, and family-friendly. It was the perfect store. But there was only one problem. Since Epic Games didn't exactly expect Fortnite Battle Royale to be the next big thing, they didn't have a lot of ideas and support for it yet. They didn't have a ranked mode, they didn't have tournaments, heck, they didn't even have the Battle Pass. That's right, everyone was just kind of a default skin, but this period wouldn't last too long. The first official season of Fortnite would start on October 26th of 2017, an entire month after the game officially came out. This new season introduced the item shop and season shop, letting players purchase cosmetics to customize their characters. And before we can start talking about massive prize pools and big tournaments, we have to talk about the first game modes that Epic decided to put in the game. Season 1 would see the first ever LTM for a short period of time, where there was a 50v50 mode where players could play in a 50 versus 50 lobby. Season 2 started on December 14th of 2017 and was one of the most influential updates in the history of Fortnite. With the medieval times themed Battle Pass, it was one to remember. And because of the Battle Pass, people really had a reason to start grinding the game. But that was sort of the only reason. We still didn't see any competitive form of the game during Season 2, at least not in an official capacity. There were some players and creators that were starting to create their own competitive styles, and we're about to get to that right now. Some of the content creators that would shape the early forms of competitive Fortnite would be people like Ninja.
I really felt like I could do that, and I just couldn't.
Lachlan.
And just like half the population, I feel like on Earth, I have now become addicted to Fortnite.
And even Laserbeam.
A few days ago, I played a game called Fortnite. It's basically a cartoony PUBG. So I've decided to come back and set myself a challenge. I'm gonna play this game until I get number 1.
And so many others. It was around this point where players were starting to ask Epic Games for some sort of competitive game mode. In similar battle royales like H1Z1 and PUBG, there would be multiple third-party tournaments, as well as tournaments hosted by the game for cash prizes. And in Fortnite, we didn't have any of that yet. It was clear from the early success that Fortnite had the potential to become the next big esport, but Epic Games had been pretty silent. So the Fortnite community and its creators decided to take matters into their own hands. And slowly but surely, the players began to create a competitive community that Epic Games did not. Fortnite players would start to build community discords, scrim discords, and even track people's stats using the newly founded Fortnite tracker to find players that were around a similar skill level. However, things were still pretty boring as there was no money or prize pools involved, and unfortunately Epic Games was still a little behind with the whole planning events thing. The first big online Fortnite event was actually not hosted by Fortnite as many people think. Instead, it was hosted by Keemstar and UMG Gaming. They would put on a tournament called Friday Fortnite. Friday Fortnite was a mix between competitive and casual play, where we would see your favorite Fortnite pros and content creators in one game, where they would compete for cash prizes every Friday. The first week of Friday Fortnite was held on May 11th of 2018, and it featured some huge creators like Nick A30, FaZe Banks, Typical Gamer, and even Mr. Beast. However, the winners of this first week were the deadly combo of Nick Mercs and Cypher PK. And let me just say, people, including myself, loved this event. It was the first time that we saw a huge collaboration between content creators and pro players, and even internet celebrities like Mr. Beast. Friday Fortnite would run for 10 weeks and had a constantly rotating cast of fun Fortnite characters. And although these Friday Fortnite tournaments don't still exist today, the impact that they would have on the game forever is undoubtable. And if Keemstar happens to be watching this video, I would love to see you bring Friday Fortnite back for OG Fortnite, but we'll talk about that later. Anyways, because of the success of Friday Fortnite and these community scrimmage discords, Epic Games finally started to feel pressure to produce Fortnite tournaments of their own. And because of all the hype and this pressure, later that year on June 12th of 2018, Epic Games decided to run their first ever tournament. However, it wasn't exactly like the FNCS or World Cup tournaments that many of us competitive players love. Instead, this was a promotional event where Fortnite's best players and content creators would team up with popular celebrities, all to fight for a $3 million prize pool for charity. The guest list on both sides of this had a ton of huge names. As far as gamers go, you had people like Ninja, Typical Gamer, Cypher PK, Tim the Tatman, and Lachlan. And celebrities included Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boys, Joel McHale from Community, and Marshmello from, Marshmello. I could keep listing names, but we would be here all day. The point is that more people than ever were interested in gaming, and they were all there to play their hearts out for charity. The prize pool, as I said, was a whopping $3 million, which left $1 million for the first place team to give to a charity of their choice. As far as the tournament format goes, this was a one and done type of thing. They played, and the winner of the game was the winner of the whole thing. There were no point distributions, no weird rules, just simple battle royale. And there was something kind of beautiful about that. 100 players went into the lobby, and only one duo would make it out on top. And of course, as many of you know, that duo was Ninja and Marshmello.
All he has to do is breathe on him, and he's gonna get the win. And that's gonna do it! Ninja gets the $1 million! Charity here at the Fortnite Pro-Am. Him and Marshmello come out on top. Wow, what a game.
And here you have it, guys. The 2018 Pro-Am Fortnite Tournament winners. Congratulations, guys.
As much fun as this Fortnite Pro-Am was, it wasn't exactly a true esports event. However, at the end of the tournament, Epic Games stressed their dedication to creating a true competitive community. And the way that they did this was not some small little announcement, but instead one of the biggest announcements in esports history when they announced the Fortnite World Cup.
What's up, Fortnite fans? My name is KL Smith, and we have some big competitive news. You may have seen our previous blog announcing $100 million to fund Fortnite prize pools. Now, in less than a year, we've grown to 125 million players. And to celebrate the community and competitive play, we're pumped to announce the 2019 Fortnite World Cup.
This announcement was exactly what everyone was waiting for, a true Fortnite event. But 2019 was still a long ways away from where we are in 2018, and Epic still hadn't tested out any of these Fortnite tournament formats, but luckily they had a plan for that, the Fortnite Summer Skirmish. Summer Skirmish was finally announced on July 11th of 2018, and the format was a little bit confusing. You see, the Summer Skirmish was 8 weeks long, and Epic Games would be giving out a total of $8 million to the winners of various competitions throughout the summer. However, each week would have an entirely different set of rules.
Epic tweeted out this week that they are giving away $8 million over the next 8 weeks.
How much?
That's right, $8 million.
That's right.
A number that I will never see in my entire life.
It's almost beyond my ability to count.
That's right. That's right. And every single week we're going to be having different tournaments. There'll be different mini tournaments. The format's going to be changing.
And all of this rule changing was kind of annoying for people. The general esports audience was already doubting Fortnite's ability to become a true esport, and this messy tournament, along with the very young pro players, wasn't exactly helping them feel better. But in my opinion, this was a necessary evil for Epic Games. They needed to test out a bunch of different tournament styles to try and figure out what works and what doesn't. And there's no way better to test things out than by holding a tournament for money where the best players in the world would try and get their piece of the prize pool. And unlike most Fortnite tournaments we see now, the Summer Skirmish was actually invite only, meaning that you had to be asked to play in the tournament, and there were no open qualifiers for regular players like you and I to join. And Fortnite also never really announced how they were selecting players, but it seemed like they would mostly reach out to players from the major organizations like FaZe Clan, NRG, and Team Liquid. And on top of that, some of the massive creators who were also good at the game, like Cypher PK, Nick Merckx, and Tfue, would also be invited. The final week, week 8 of the Summer Skirmish, was held at PAX West on September 3rd of 2018. And unlike the other tournaments in the series, this final week was determined by qualifying matches held up during the few days of PAX West. Anyone who showed up to the convention would be able to compete, and it was first come, first serve. This was the first resemblance of the modern day Fortnite system, where anybody that wants to prove their skills can join up and qualify. The only rules back then were that you had to be 16 years or older to play, which, as we know now, is a lower age, but we'll get to that later in the video and all of the controversy surrounding that. The scoring of this tournament was a lot different than what we're used to today. For every victory royale, you would only get 3 points, and a second and third place would get you 2 points, where a 4th through 10th place would only get you 1 point. The eliminations were also counted differently. You would need to get 3 or 4 eliminations to receive 1 point, and if you got 7 eliminations, you got an additional 3 points added to your total. I'm definitely not a fan of this early scoring method, and I don't think Epic Games was either, because we don't use it today, and they also changed it pretty quickly. But I think it's super interesting to see where things started, so that way when we get to the end of this video, you guys will realize just how far competitive Fortnite has come. There were multiple heats throughout the day, leading up to the nightly qualifying rounds. At the end of each night, the top 33 players would move on to the grand finals, which would be held that following Monday.
Let's see who's playing tonight, Lupo. There it is, sir. Named a lot of names that you've seen actually multiple days in a row. You have to remember if players came out here on their own volition and they did not qualify for the grand finals on Monday, they're given an opportunity. If they get up, if they got up bright and early and came back the next morning, they could give it another shot. You see Hysteria, one of those players specifically. I know that that Tempo from FaZe had to do the same thing a number of times. But you know what that says to me, Jack? That they're here to win. They're determined. Absolutely. And I hope they take previous rounds as learning opportunities.
The winner of the Summer Skirmish taking home the gold medal was Morgoss, and he also earned $225,000 plus a $25,000 bonus for winning one of the final games. This made his grand total from the tournament $250,000, just from playing Fortnite at a random gaming convention.
I believe that is our winner on our screen. More
$225,000.
A life-changing amount of money.
It's going to take him a bit to process exactly what he's seeing on his screen.
That is what we call shock.
Oh,
people.
yeah.
Plus the victory earlier. Remember the victory royale, another 25 grand.
He's running away.
Yes, he's looking for security.
You not only came away early with the victory royale for 25K, but you walk away the #1. Now, I mean, we just saw you run around. I mean, you've got to have a ton of thoughts in your head. Can you maybe just like try to put anything into words to describe what you're feeling right now?
Besides pure awe, I mean, like I came into this weekend thinking that I was going to play all 3 qualifiers and not even make it to finals, but from that to going to, I was in line and I had no PAX badge and I had to go get one, and then I came back and then it's just the whole thing. But I want to say thank you to everybody that supported me, especially my parents. I did it, you know?
After the summer skirmish, Fortnite quickly jumped into their next tournament series, which was the Fortnite Fall Skirmish. This series was only 6 weeks long and took place between September 21st and October 28th. However, despite it being 2 weeks shorter than Summer Skirmish, Epic Games increased the prize pool by $10 million. And if you thought the Summer Skirmish rules were weird, the Fall Skirmish was even weirder. Epic invited 500 content creators and known pro players to compete in this series. And then the gamers were split into 5 teams. The Fortnites, the Dusty Dogs, the Rift Raiders, the Bush Bandits, and my personal favorite, the Lucky Llamas. Each week there was a trial and a high skill event. The trials were generally more fun and lighthearted for the audiences to watch, where the high-skill events were more similar to the traditional game of Fortnite and the tournaments we see today. And every time someone did well in the tournament, it would earn their team points over the 6 weeks. Both the trials and the high-skill events changed weekly and had different rules and goals. Throughout the event, players were encouraged to cheer on their favorite streamer and whatever team they were on. Like if you loved a football team or a soccer team, the focus of this tournament was less actually on Fortnite gameplay and more on entertainment for the audience. I think this was largely due to the fact that Epic Games didn't know how they wanted to format their tournaments yet. I mean, Fortnite as an esport was still very, very young, and they had a lot of learning to do before it turned into what we have today. So instead of focusing on high-tier gameplay and crazy endgames, they focused on the community and their love for popular content creators. And similarly to the Summer Skirmish, the final week of this tournament would be held at a convention, and more specifically, TwitchCon. Just like with the Summer Skirmish again, this tournament would be held open for players at TwitchCon, but instead of it being a solo tournament, you had to go to TwitchCon with a duo, and as long as you were 16, you and your buddy could queue up and try and win some serious cash. But just because anybody could sign up doesn't mean that content creators and pro players weren't playing in the heats as well. Many notable players like Nate Hill, Nick Merckx, Cloaksy, and Tfue all participated. And speaking of Cloaksy and Tfue, if you're a Fortnite OG, you know exactly who won this tournament and took home the $510,000, and that was Cloaksy and Tfue. Heading deeper into 2018 and ever closer to 2019, where the World Cup was waiting for us, Fortnite decided to put in one last major event in the year. The final major event of 2018 was announced on November 20th and would be called the Winter Royale. And according to the Fortnite blog post, the main goal of the event was to test out their online tournament system that would be used in the upcoming World Cup. There would be 2 days of qualifiers and then 2 days of Royale finals. The days of the finals changed depending on your region. However, back then there were only 2 regions invited, which were North America and Europe. So if you were anywhere else in the world, you either had to play on high ping or wait for the next tournament. But despite only being playable for NA and EU, the Winter Royale did a great job of previewing what was to come in the next few months. And it was generally a very good sign for the first time ever that Fortnite had a future in esports. And speaking of the future of Fortnite competitive, we need to talk about creative mode. You see, back at this time of the game, playgrounds and hopping into a regular battle royale were the only ways to try and practice. When you look at other major esports, they have practice lobbies with AI, private matches, aim training rooms, and so much more. Fortnite didn't really have any of that. And with how complicated Fortnite was becoming with all of the building improving and the special items and these massive prize pool tournaments coming out, I would argue that Fortnite players needed a space to practice more than ever. However, Epic Games was about to add something that would be the perfect solution for this problem, and that was on December 5th of 2018 through the way of Fortnite Creative Mode.
What's up, Fortnite community? I'm here at Epic HQ for a special kickoff event. We've got something new and exciting coming for you in Season 7, Fortnite Creative. On December 13th, we'll be launching Fortnite Creative. In this mode, you can build on your own private island and also design games with friends.
Fortnite knew this release was going to be huge. They hosted a preview event for prominent Fortnite creators to try out everything this new game mode had to offer. People like Bajan Canadian, Loserfruit, Lachlan, and so many more had a chance to check out Creative Mode.
I'm in transit going to Epic Games because they invited me to play their Creative Mode, a new mode that is coming out soon.
You see that on the screen right there, ladies and gentlemen? Fortnite Creative Mode.
Welcome to Fortnite Creative.
It makes sense why Epic Games would put so much extra time into this premiere, as this was their biggest update to Fortnite since they released Battle Royale over a year ago in 2017. Up until this point, all the updates were much smaller, like UI changes, loot pool changes, and other small normal bug fixes. So this was a big deal in the Fortnite community, and let me just tell you, the players were hyped. People had been begging Epic Games for a way to spice up the Fortnite experience for a while, and Creative Mode was the perfect thing to do that. And based on the promotional videos that Epic sponsored, it seemed like Creative Mode was originally supposed to be Epic's way of getting into the sandbox gaming market.
You know, think Minecraft, but Fortnite.
For those of you that don't know what sandbox games are, it's games like Minecraft where, although there is technically a goal to the game to beat the Ender Dragon, you can kind of just build and have fun with your friends and change up whatever you want. You don't have to go for a victory royale. And like I said, Fortnite was doing this to compete with the Minecrafts of the world, not knowing that this would be used to absolutely launch Fortnite competitive into a way higher skill level. Fortnite Creative launched their beta mode on December 6th alongside the release of Fortnite Season 7. But to get access to the beta, you had to buy the Battle Pass. Not like it mattered much anyway, because the official launch of Creative would be only a week later on December 13th. Once everyone got their hands on Creative Mode, they instantly had to try it out. As we all know now, Fortnite Creative hasn't been exactly used for making mind-blowing maps like they showed in these launch trailers. Well, they would be eventually, but what Creative was originally used for was practice. There are three popular types of creative maps that a lot of people use to work on their in-game skills. There's building practice, aim training, and box fighting. There's also zone wars and edit courses and so much more, but if I talked about all of those, we'd be here for days. Fortnite would give players the perfect opportunity to test out these skills that they just earned in creative mode with some lower stakes events leading up to the World Cup. We would see the first ever versions of Fortnite Cash Cups through the Scallywag Cup, the Blackheart Cup, and the Lux Cup. But as you and I both know, the biggest challenge in Fortnite history was coming up, and that would be the Fortnite World Cup. The details of the World Cup would be announced on February 22nd of 2019.
The Fortnite World Cup. The Fortnite World Cup starts on April 13th, when all eligible Fortnite players from around the world will be able to compete in the weekly online opens. Each online open has a prize pool of $1 million. That's 10 weeks and $10 million up for grabs. And it's all online. In each region, the top performing players from the online opens will earn a spot in the Fortnite World Cup Finals in New York City to compete for their share of a $30 million prize pool.
That's $40 million in total, which is a mind-boggling amount of money. And at the time of the World Cup coming out back in 2018, gaming in general and also esports were not as well respected as a career as they were today, so having a prize pool of that size was not only incredibly rare, it was pretty much unheard of. Leading up to the World Cup qualifiers on March 27th, Fortnite would announce Arena Mode. For those of you who are newer to Fortnite, this was similar to the current day ranked mode. It had a skill-based matchmaking system and a point system that were called hype points. You were able to earn hype points by playing and doing well in games, getting eliminations, and getting victory royale. And the more hype points you had, the higher rank you were, the harder players you would have to play against. The ranks would be split into 3 categories. The Open League focused more on fun and open competition, which is a nice way to say it was reserved for default skins. The Contender Division, which is slightly more challenging, had some possible rewards. And for those of you who are real competitive gamers, the Champions League is where you want it to be. Because in order to play in any of Epic Games' tournaments that had cash prizes, you would need to be in the Champion League. Ranked mode was a hugely successful addition to the game. Basically every major successful game at this point had a ranked mode, and Fortnite's matchmaking system in pubs was notoriously bad. So to have an official ranking system was not only accepted by the community, but absolutely embraced to the point where we still have it today. Plus, this ranking system made it clear to players who actually had a chance of making it all the way to the grand finals in New York City at the World Cup. What was also really cool about this online open system is that you didn't need to be in some sort of gaming organization to compete. All you had to do was sit down at your computer or console and try your best to reach Champions League. And even better news is that these ranked game modes and tournaments would be available to every region in Fortnite, not just North America. You could qualify from North America East, North America West, Europe, South America, Asia, and Oceania. Because of how easily accessible Fortnite competitive was, there was a huge amount of players that decided to compete. In total, 40 million people tried to qualify for the Fortnite World Cup. And to try and even put that massive number of people in perspective, that is 5 times the amount of people that live in New York City, all trying to qualify for this event in New York City. The qualifiers would start on April 13th of 2019 and end on June 21st of 2019. Each week alternated between solos and duos, meaning that there were 5 weeks and 5 chances to make it as a solo, and 5 weeks and 5 chances to make it as a duo. The new scoring system spreads points around a little bit more and is more reflective of actual skill. While it still wasn't perfect, it was a huge step in the right direction. As the qualifying weeks went on, there were a lot of surprises of who qualified and who didn't. However, one of the biggest surprises to the esports community was the average age of competitors. While it's normal now to see kids absolutely destroying all of us on the virtual playing field, it was practically unheard of during 2018. Most hardcore gamers back then thought kids were basically useless when it came to gaming, and if they heard a squeaker in their Call of Duty lobby, they were going to bully them out of that lobby. So to see kids as young as 13 years old destroying the competition in one of the biggest esports tournaments ever was a huge shock for the entire gaming world. We saw players like Clix and Skeptic, Mr. Savage, Benji Fishy, and all of those players were under 16 years old at the time of playing the World Cup. On top of that, Epic Games would host qualifiers for a creative World Cup as well. These finals featured 5 showcase events, but unlike the duos and solo tournaments where it was play to win, the Creative Cup would actually require you to send in clips on your YouTube channel using specific hashtags. These clips were then reviewed by Epic Games to decide who would make it to the finals of the Creative World Cup. On July 26th, everyone who had qualified and thousands of Fortnite fans all headed to New York City in anticipation for the Fortnite World Cup. Day 1 started out with the creative finals and had some notable players like Lachlan and Ninja. Neither of them won, but it seemed like they were having a very good time. However, it was time for the main attraction, and that was the solos and duos tournaments. The first of the tournaments to be up was the Duos tournament held on July 27th. And the first place was taken home by none other than Nyrox and Aqua. The two got to split the prize pool of $3 million, meaning that each player took $1.5 million back to their home region of Europe. However, the biggest winner of the tournament wouldn't be crowned until the next day, on July 28th of the solo tournament. Here, the winner would get $3 million all for themselves. And I don't think I even have to say his name, but I will anyway. The winner of $3 million and a super cool trophy went to none other than Booga.
But ladies and gentlemen, there's no way anyone beats him. Your Fortnite World Champion, Booga!
This win absolutely launched not just Booga, but the entirety of esports and Fortnite into the mainstream. Before the Fortnite World Cup, the general population, including my parents, thought that unemployed middle-aged men hosting LAN parties were what esports was. While that's not completely untrue, it was unfortunately what people thought of when you were going to be a pro gamer. Now everyone knows how much money people can really make from playing video games, and suddenly it became a lot cooler. They threw Booga onto basically every talk show ever to drive home that point.
Ardo Cal with ESPN here with the 2019 Fortnite World Cup Solos champion, Booga. He is 16 years old from Pennsylvania and now $3 million richer.
Woke up, had a banana, won $3 million, no big deal.
What are you going to do with $3 million? I propose maybe you buy a new car, and you reminded me you don't have a driver's license yet because you're only 16 years old. So what are you going to do with all that cash?
Save the money, put it to my future, and probably buy a new desk.
A new desk?
Yeah.
Not even a new computer?
Nah.
This kid even got on a Super Bowl commercial.
Bananas.
The World Cup and everything that came along with it was such a massive success that it managed to cement Fortnite's status as a reputable name in esports. And after proving all of the haters wrong, Epic Games was left with one question. And that was, how do you follow up a massive event like the Fortnite World Cup? The short answer is, you kind of don't. At least not for a very long time, and that's for a few reasons, which I'll get to in just a few seconds. Instead of Epic Games announcing another World Cup, they would introduce the Fortnite Championship Series, or FNCS for short. They announced FNCS on the final day of World Cup, and week 1 of FNCS would start just a month and a half later on August 17th. There weren't too many changes as far as point distributions go, but this season, instead of being solos or duos, would be a trios game mode tournament. This change would throw a ton of players off, considering that nearly every single Fortnite event up to this point had either been solos or duos, and that was including LANs, World Cup, or any of the regular cash cups. So absolutely nobody was prepared for trios. Iconic duos would be broken up forever, it was pretty chaotic, and everyone had to deal with those darn mech suits.
Oh my god, this game is so bad, bro. I'm about to just uninstall.
Hey, man, got it. No! I got boogie. I found my boogie. Oh!
Oh my! I hate this game. He's got a sick.
He got 6 kills, all of them right there.
What the heck? There's a whole like.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa!
What? The FNCS tournaments had multiple weeks of qualifiers, all leading up to a grand finals. Although this was similar to World Cup, one of the main differences was that every region would have their own FNCS. So a grand finals winner would be crowned in EU, NA, OCE, Asia, and every other region. And as Fortnite entered Chapter 2, they announced they would be holding yet another FNCS. And while this seems like an obvious next move, at the time there hadn't been a tournament schedule that was permanently put in place. So the general majority of pro players and fans were unsure if FNCS would be the final one that stuck. Most things remained the same going into Chapter 2 Season 1 as far as format goes, except for one thing. Once again, Epic Games would change up the trios, But instead of going back to solos or duos, we saw the first ever squads tournament. So once again, trios were split, players were going crazy learning the new meta, and everyone had to find a new squad to play with. Despite all the format changes in regards to teams, FNCS had actually fallen into a good pattern. With every season of Fortnite, for time and time again, would come a new FNCS. Unlike earlier in Fortnite, where we would have sporadic tournaments, and then a big one, and then a small one, and then LAN events, we had fallen into some sort of a pattern, and a lot of the competitive players liked this because they could start to make a more reliable income from playing the game. But everyone was wondering the same thing. When would be the next Fortnite World Cup? It was a whole year after the World Cup was originally announced, and everyone was preparing for the announcement of the sequel. And we'll never know if Epic Games actually had anything of that caliber planned, because a certain global event would change esports and the entire world forever. The COVID-19 pandemic swept through the world in March of 2020, and humankind entered a global lockdown for the first time in a century. Everyone everywhere was indefinitely stuck in their homes, waiting for things to go back to normal. And obviously, this impacted things outside of gaming hugely. Schools were entirely online, restaurants were takeout only, and gatherings like concerts, conventions, and sporting games were all canceled indefinitely until the virus went away. Luckily for gamers, however, our hobby revolved around being indoors all the time. After all, these FNCS series tournaments were already being held online, so Fortnite was sort of already set up for lockdown. However, the hope that we would have another huge LAN event was kind of out of the question. And unfortunately, internet tournaments rely on how close you are to the host of tournaments. So if a global tournament was hosted on the NA servers, everyone from the rest of the world wouldn't be able to connect properly, which means that we were stuck with region-locked gaming. Nobody from America could battle anybody in EU or anywhere else across the world. I think one of the things that made World Cup so successful was that it was a global tournament and the entire world had their eyes on it, but COVID sort of threw that out the window. So Fortnite did all that they could really do, which was continue to host FNCS tournaments and hope that the world would get better. In Chapter 2, Season 2, Fortnite decided to switch back from squads to duos, and then in Chapter 2, Season 3, from duos to solos. However, the solos game mode wouldn't last long either, as in Chapter 2, Season 4, Epic Games came full circle and landed back on the trios format. All of the switching between formats might have been interesting for the viewers, but from a competitive standpoint, it was probably very annoying for players to have to find new teammates and ever wonder if they were going to be dropped from their teams. Overall, it was relatively chaotic and probably not the best way to start off a game's competitive run. Like I said, FNCS was great for consistency, and I wish they had done a little bit of a better job hammering that down. However, to quell this chaos, leading into 2021, Fortnite would release a detailed plan for their FNCS 2021 season. There would be no more worrying about whether or not your favorite trio will be breaking up, because Fortnite decided that every FNCS tournament in all of 2021 would be trios. At the time, it was unclear if they meant some fun little creator cups or another World Cup scale tournament. But we now know that Epic Games held not only one, but two major tournaments that year outside of FNCS. Let's start with the FNCS All-Star Showdown. This was held halfway through the year between June 11th and June 26th. And to say this was a unique event would be an understatement. There was a solo tournament that was open and eligible to all Champions League players, but it came with a twist. For those who qualified for the grand finals would play 6 games, and those 6 games would have the same point format as a regular solo cash cup. However, the player with the most eliminations at the end of each match would receive an additional cash prize. So this gave players an incentive to go on offense if they wanted to earn that sweet cash bonus. The second major tournament of 2021 was the FNCS Grand Royale, which was held on November 21st. It had a prize pool of $5 million, which was the biggest prize pool we had seen since the World Cup. The qualifying stages were held between November 11th and 14th. However, these qualifiers were a little bit different than the normal FNCS ones. They started off with something called a load session, which was a 3-hour session where teams can play up to 10 matches, hoping to score as many points as possible. Then, those who completed will be split into 2 groups: the victory path for the top 33, and whoever didn't make the cut got placed in the reload path. The victory path will have 4 sessions of 8 games each. The winners of each game will be the ones who advance to the finals. But each session is also counting consistency points, so the players with the most consistency points in each session will also move to the grand finals. The reload path rules are a little bit more confusing, so luckily Epic Games made this handy dandy chart to explain things. I'm not going to leave it up for too long. You can hit pause and look at it if you'd like. The gist of it basically is that the top 8 teams of the reload sessions would get the opportunity to join the victory path session as the games went on. And while I do believe that this method of qualifying rounds is a bit confusing, it is definitely fun and I think really fair as well. The stakes were a little bit higher when, in order to move on, you had to get first place. It was no longer just about consistency and getting higher placement points, so it led to a lot of really fun, high-pressure gameplay. And the Grand Royale Finals was one to remember, because here, Bugha and Mero would win their back-to-back FNCS Finals.
We did, bro.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
This was an absolutely huge and crazy way to end the 2021 online season. But now that the pandemic was seemingly coming to a close, gamers everywhere were wondering when esports LAN events would make a triumphant return. The 2022 FNCS switched back from trios to duos, and basically everything else points-wise and structure-wise remained the same. We would not hear much news about LAN events for the early part of 2022 until the silence was broken on May 24th of 2022 when Fortnite would announce the FNCS Invitational. This was it. Finally, the first live global event that Fortnite would host in over 3 years. And it wouldn't be the only LAN event that year, because a third-party tournament company called Gamers8 would host a LAN event in 2022 in Saudi Arabia. It was more like a festival than a LAN event. There were $15 million in prizes up for grabs, with $2 million of that being dedicated to the Fortnite tournament alone. Players of PUBG Mobile, Dota 2, Rainbow Six Siege, Rocket League, and of course Fortnite all headed to the capital of Saudi Arabia to battle it out with 6 weeks of esports competition. Like FNCS, Gamers8 stuck to the duos format, but unlike in FNCS, Gamers8 also held a zero build tournament in addition to the classic builds mode that we know and love. The 2 duos that won the big first place prizes were Malabuka and Epic Whale for their performance and builds, and Anas and Pink for their zero builds performance.
And then there was Fortnite. A crazy amount of star power arrived in Saudi Arabia for this week, with Anas and Pink taking home the victory royale for the no build competition, and then Epic Whale and Malabuka clinched the victory with the battle royale mode.
While Gamers8 was huge, a lot of players were left out of it. Luckily, the FNCS Invitational was just around the corner, and it was held live and in person at the Raleigh Convention Center in North Carolina on November 12th and 13th of that year. However, this event would have only a $1 million prize pool, and although $1 million is a lot of money, this is a huge decrease from previous LAN events. Over time, prize pools had been getting noticeably smaller and smaller, and that's something I'm going to talk a little bit more about later at the end of the video when we talk about the future of competitive Fortnite. And like I said, $1 million is a lot of money, but compared to the $3 million that Bugha won alone just a few years ago, it wasn't as exciting as World Cup. It's unclear why Fortnite's prize pools have gone down over time, because they're certainly making enough money to be able to afford it. But it's most likely because the original high-value tournaments weren't sustainable over a long period of time. And on top of that, Fortnite's popularity has gone down since 2018 and 2019 as well, meaning that Epic technically isn't making as much money as they did back then. However, the reality is that Fortnite had and still does have one of the biggest prize pools in the history of esports. Even at the lowest yearly prize pool possible, Fortnite pros are still earning much more than most other pros in esports. If you were a new player and wanted to try to qualify for the first LAN tournament in 3 years, unfortunately you would have been out of luck, because this FNCS Invitational was exactly that. It was by invitation only. So you had to have done good enough in your previous events on your own region to get noticed and invited by Epic Games. This was probably disappointing to a lot of people who wanted to try to qualify, but let's be honest, the people at the Invitational probably would have been the ones who qualified anyway. And the tournament's guest list was stacked, with some of the best players from every region. Thomas HD, Vino, Miro, Booga, and Peterbot were just a few of the people in attendance to try and win the $1 million prize pool. People were hyped for this tournament. The convention center was filled, and fans everywhere were so hyped to see in-person events return. And a lot of these players who were young, like Peterbot for example, would play in their first ever LAN at this event.
The wait is finally over. We are finally here for the FNCS Invitational, and honestly, seeing how packed the venue already is, it's exhilarating.
That's right, the fans are ready, we are ready, but you know who else is ready? It's the players. Check this out.
These are going to be some of the most exciting games you will see in all of Fortnite.
The last couple of years, I really missed in-person competitions.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get back into real-life competitions.
We're really hyped to play in-person events for like the first time since World Cup.
Me and Dukes are so excited, you know what I'm saying?
It's my first time being at a tournament on LAN.
LANs are just like the greatest vibes ever.
We've been playing with each other a lot, especially in the past like 2 weeks. Yeah, we've been working hard.
A lot of people's reputations were riding on this LAN as well. Booga and Miro were deciding whether or not they should compete together. Peterbot was trying to prove to the world that he wasn't cheating, and honestly, the incredible performance that was put on over the next 2 days would change the history of competitive Fortnite forever. As many of you may know already, the winners of this tournament taking home $200,000 were Cammy and Seti.
He's trying to bait the revive so that way Cammy might peek. Breaks through the wall. Shot's gonna be fired!
Become Legends has officially managed to win the biggest fight of their careers.
Cammy and Seti are your FNCS Invitational champions.
We have never seen anything like this before.
That clip you just saw was one of the greatest moments in Fortnite history, and seeing it in person is absolutely electrifying. This duo managed to win 4 of the 12 games on LAN at Invitational, which was absolutely insane. Unfortunately, Peterbot would go home, still being called a hacker, finishing in 37th, and Booga would not be able to defend his LAN title, finishing 36th with his duo Miro, and then deciding to split ways. Even though these duos probably didn't do as well as they wanted, their careers are very far from over. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in 2023. For a moment during COVID, it felt like esports were going downhill and we would never see a LAN event again. But with us being back in Raleigh, everything felt normal and we were ready to go into next year. However, with this FNCS tournament style getting a little bit old, Epic Games thought of an all-new way to work up to the big global live event at the end of the year. Fortnite would announce the next huge LAN event, which was the FNCS Global Championship in 2023 in Copenhagen, Denmark. The announcement also confirmed that duos would remain the competitive game mode for all of 2023, and it also unveiled a new FNCS majors structure. Throughout 2023, there would be 3 majors that act as qualifiers for the Global Championship. The top teams from each FNCS major in each region would be given a one-way ticket to the LAN event. These majors essentially replaced what used to be the FNCS Grand Finals, but now they had a shiny new name. And on top of the prize pools, they also had those coveted spots at LAN that all of these teams were fighting for. Each major was comprised of 4 weeks of qualifiers and then a 2-day grand final. But if you didn't manage to qualify during the grand finals, there would also be a 4th event, the Last Chance Major, for anybody who felt left out. This new format was, in my opinion, a great way to prepare for a major LAN event. While the previous FNCS system was great, the biggest event of the season were the various grand finals. And now we had this shiny new global championship that we could all look forward to, and it was sort of like the World Cup. Although the smaller prize pool and the less players, it did have those same vibes of, yes, I need to qualify for this big, massive tournament. And also, I think it's a lot more fair than doing invitation only like previous LANs. But FNCS wasn't the only thing to change in 2023. One of the biggest changes in the history of competitive Fortnite would be announced on March 10th of 2023. And that was that the North America West and North America East servers would be combined to North America Central. And this meant that basically every pro player living in California or in Virginia, where these servers were located, would all have to move to Dallas, Texas if they wanted to have 0 ping. And who wants to live in Texas? It is way too hot there. On May 13th of 2023, Epic Games would announce the new Ranked mode. This new system resembled ranked systems from other games like Apex Legends and Overwatch. There were 8 different ranks, which included Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Elite, Champion, and of course, Unreal. To work your way up the ranks, you would have to do well in matches. But unlike Arena mode, it's harder to find out where exactly your points come from. It just tells you what percentage you earned at the end of each match towards getting to the next rank. And it's based on some sort of invisible formula that Fortnite didn't want to tell us about. But the rule of thumb is, if you stay in the game longer and get more eliminations, you'll usually get more percentage. For those of you that don't know, Siphon was a mechanic in the game where every time you would get elimination, you would earn 50 health or shield points back onto your character. And this apparently was the last time we would see Siphon in the game, as we were told it was going to be gone for a while. This meant that everyone was getting 10 times more vulnerable to being third-partied, and this made pro players and casual players as well pretty upset. The reception to this new ranked mode was mixed to say the least, but that's a different video. I could talk about ranked and arena for hours. Ranked or arena, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not making it anywhere near the top. So if anybody wants to carry me to Unreal, comment your Epic name down below and hit the subscribe button, and I'll pick one random subscriber to play some ranked with. But getting back to big Fortnite tournaments, following the success of the Gamers 8 LAN tournament, they decided to go with 0 builds. This was disappointing for a lot of the pro builds players, but it also made sense from a perspective of the Gamers 8 organization. Fortnite doesn't support 0 builds in an official FNCS mode, so the competitive opportunity for the best 0 builds players to finally play in a massive tournament created a lot of hype. The winners ended up being Kemi and Yapko, who took home first place prize with $500,000. And this leads us up to the FNCS Global Championships 2023. And technically speaking, if you don't include the invitational event, this was the first open qualifier LAN event that Fortnite hosted since the World Cup almost 5 years before. This tournament was a little bit different than the invitational that we had seen. Instead of it being a 2-day event, it was a 3-day event. The top 25 of those duos would move straight to the grand finals. The bottom 25 duos would compete on day 2 against the lower bracket 25 teams that had qualified during the Last Chance Major. Then the top 25 teams from day 2 would advance to the grand finals, where they would meet up with the 25 teams from day 1 to have a 50-team finals on day 3. Whew, that was a mouthful. Anyways, as many of you know, this year was the year of Miro and Cooper.
Day 1 getting knocked out of the upper bracket to standing tall here.
Lift that trophy! Congratulations, Cooper! How amazing it must feel to be the global champions!
That's right, despite getting knocked out into the lower bracket on day 1, the two managed to come back victorious. And the rest of their story is pretty cool too. So if you want to hear more about them, definitely check out the story that I did about Miro after watching this video, and comment below if you guys want to see a video about Cooper or any other player you guys want me to talk about. Just comment them down below. However, it's time we talk about modern day. 2024, which is when this video is being filmed. The details for the 2024 competitive season were released on January 18th of 2024. And unlike last year, there weren't a ton of changes. The duos format wasn't going anywhere, as Fortnite confirmed that 2024 would also be a year of duos. The total year-long prize pool also went down very slightly to $7,675,000, which again is a lot of money, but everyone had become used to the prize pool deteriorating over time, so no one was really too worried about it. However, one big change of this year was that the last chance major was no longer returning, so qualifying during the 3 majors of the year were more important than ever. And this year's major cycle would be one of the craziest in Fortnite history. Everyone was at the top of their game. However, we have to look at the North American region to see the obvious standouts of 2024, who were Peterbot and Poyo. They won not just 1, but 2 of the majors in the NA region. And yeah, the one that they didn't win, they still got 2nd place. On top of that, Peterbot and Poyo would go on to make competitive Fortnite history this season when they won 6 out of 6 finals games in a Cash Cup. And with all of that being said, Peter and Poyo were obvious frontrunners going into the Global Championships. But as all of you know, anything can happen at a LAN event, and let's be real here, Peter didn't have a great track record when it came to competing on LANs, and Poyo had never competed in one before, so it was anyone's game. But before we can talk about 2024 Global Championships, we have to talk about the first ever official Esports World Cup. The Esports World Cup technically had been hosted before. It was the Gamers 8 tournament that we talked about in 2022 and 2023, but they changed the name and upped the stakes in the Gamers 8 LAN when it became the Esports World Cup. If you guys remember there being a lot of games in the last Gamers 8, there were even more in the World Cup. There were 22 different game titles in the Esports World Cup, and as far as Fortnite goes, things would be a little different this year. There would be 16 squads of 4 players sent by the leading names in Fortnite orgs. And instead of playing the traditional builds battle royale or the zero builds battle royale, they did something totally out of left field. The Esports World Cup teamed up with ESL to develop 3 different map formats that were similar to Call of Duty. They played Capture the Flag, Hardpoint, and Keeper, which were all game modes that had no building. Clix's XSET came out on top.
XSET claimed the championship, the trophy, and the glory, proving exactly why each other team feared facing them. Ritual earned the tournament MVP title with his incredible sniping skills, consistently delivering game-changing shots that secured XSET's path to victory.
With Esports World Cup done, there was only one stop left in Globals of 2024. With Esports Cup in the rearview mirror, it was time for the FNCS Global Championships of 2024. And for this tournament, we were headed back to the States in the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas. The event was split over 2 days with 6 games on day 2. They would play the 12 matches for a $2 million prize pool, with the winners taking home a split of $400,000. And if you guys are true Timmy fans, you would have watched my last hour-long video where I did an entire coverage on Peterbot in the Global Finals, meaning you know what happens next.
He's given everything you've got for the FNCS Global Champions 2024, Peterbot and Poyo!
Yep, Peterbot and Poyo took home the gold, and that wasn't really surprising for anyone. What was really interesting, however, was what happened after the tournament ended.
Man, I can't even believe it. We just wrapped up 2024. Just an amazing year of Fortnite. I was kind of curious though, what's the plan for 2025? Oh, $8 million in prize pool. That's actually really awesome. The players are gonna be really excited to hear that. Wait, I'm sorry, step back. Did you say trios? We're going back to trios? Yeah. Did you say Siphon?
That's right. Fortnite Competitive decided to do a Marvel end credit style announcement for the 2025 season. These announcements are huge, and let's talk about them. First things first, we're going to trios. We have been on the duos game mode for so long, I am ready for a competitive trios meta. And if anyone wants to pick up Timmy FNBR for their team, you guys gotta let me know because I'm thinking of going competitive this year. Just kidding. Anyways, let's talk about the other massive announcement, which is that Siphon will be returning. For those of you that are competitive players or even casual, you have been waiting for this for a very long time, just like I have, and I cannot wait to be able to not die to third parties every single game. Okay, calm down, Timmy. Anyways, we had one other massive announcement in there that we have to cover, and that is the new $8 million prize pool. Although this isn't a massive jump up from the previous year, we are going from 6.7 million up to 8 million, which means that the Cash Cups and FNCS tournaments should be just a little bit more stacked. I have no idea how all of this is going to affect gameplay, whether it's competitive or casual going forward, but I am excited nonetheless. I have had such an amazing 2024 so far, and listen, it's not over yet. I still have some awesome things planned for the rest of this year, but looking forward to 2025 is exciting as well. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you made it all the way to the end of this very long video, just know I appreciate you guys so much. I love every single one of you, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Until then, watch this one right here. Peace. Fortnite. The most popular game of our generation. And with that, we have seen the rise of some of the biggest creators in the world.
I think if we go up there, he'll follow us.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna use it. Please. Yes! Oh my God! It worked!
But sometimes those creators disappear. Whether they quit because they hate the game.
I'm done. In fact, I'm honestly, dude, I gotta take a break from streaming, dude.
Decide to follow other passions.
That's why I'm gonna just go do some fun, you know? Just gotta go live my life.
Or just sort of vanish into thin air. Today, I'll be showing you the biggest Fortnite creators to ever disappear. And make sure you stick around to the end of the video because some of the reasons and proof for why they left will shock you. Starting with one of the most popular creators of all time, Dakotas. Dakotas was one of the biggest content creators in the history of Fortnite. He started to upload to YouTube and stream on January 23rd of 2013. Unfortunately, his early videos have been wiped off of YouTube for the most part, but luckily for us, a few of his early videos have actually been archived. Originally, Dakota's channel focused on a game called The War Z, but the only problem with that was it was a really terrible game. It had a 20 out of 100 review from game critics, and for those of you that are still in school, you know that's a really bad test score. But despite the poor game reviews, Dakota still managed to gain his first 30,000 subscribers by playing this truly terrible game. Eventually, however, Dakotas realized that was limiting him, and he picked up another style of game called Battle Royale by playing H1Z1 and PUBG. He was moderately successful in these new games as well, and eventually hit 100,000 followers both on Twitch and on YouTube. And for Dakotas, this was just the beginning. Because in September of 2017, a little game called Fortnite Battle Royale came out, and it would change Dakota's life forever. Longtime creators like Ninja, Lachlan, and of course Dakotas took no time jumping onto the new game. Dakotas uploaded his first ever video about Fortnite on September 14th, 2017.
WTF this Disney game, bro. This is the Disney Battle Royale, okay?
Dakota's journey into Fortnite was like a new start for his channel. And this new start was incredibly profitable because he absolutely blew up on the game. Less than 6 months later, on February 12th of 2018, Dakotas hit 1 million subscribers. He was regularly getting hundreds of thousands of views a video, and sometimes even gaining millions.
Thank you for the 1 million. I appreciate it, guys.
And in 2018, he was the 6th most watched Twitch channel on the entire platform. With a whopping 50 million views, his growth did not stop at 1 million followers. because on July 18th of 2018, less than a few months later, his Twitch would reach 2 million followers, and then in the following year of 2019, 3 million followers. But unfortunately, this is where things start to go in a different direction for Dakotas, as his success was not sustainable. See, Dakotas has been very open with his mental health struggles, and with this newfound success came a lot of paranoia, self-doubt, and depression. Plus, on top of that, like many other creators in this video, Dakotas got tired of playing Fortnite. Dakotas even got into some weird drama with Ninja after he called the game garbage on Twitter. The whole fiasco resulted in Dakotas and Ninja blocking each other, and Ninja sort of made a big deal about the whole thing. Over time, Dakota's viewership just seemed to get lower and lower, and he even tried switching over to Among Us content for a little bit to spark his channel, which worked initially, but as the game died out, so did the views on his channel. Eventually, the videos started to slow down, and he seemingly disappeared from YouTube entirely after July of 2021. However, he would come back periodically to check on the channel.
You may or may not be wondering what happened to me. Where have I been? Well, the truth is, I've been streaming every single day. I'm just a lazy piece of shit. Anyways, I've come back to you now, like Gandalf did, okay? I've come back to you. I'm like Gandalf the White now.
With this being said, however, Dakotas might just be ready for a comeback, because in the last few weeks, he has uploaded 8 videos on his YouTube channel, and they're all Fortnite related. Unlike our next player, Daquan.
You want it again? 360, ooga booga booga!
And in all honesty, I don't think this man is ever truly making a comeback. You see, Daquan started gaining traction way back in the OG Fortnite days of 2017. Daquan started his own YouTube channel and saw rapid success from his daily live streams and hilarious personality on and off camera.
My God, boy! 360, ooga booga booga!
But little did Daquan know, he was about to become one of the fastest growing streamers and YouTubers in the history of not only Fortnite, but all of gaming. The craziest part is, his success was all an accident. Back in 2017, in the month of November, Daquan would stream almost every single day, beating the competition and proving to be one of the best Fortnite players in the world. But the problem was, nobody knew who this guy was. That was until one day when Daquan started up his stream and loaded into a solo squads match. But when he got into the game, he realized he forgot to turn off autoplay. And just as Daquan was about to leave the game, he noticed that he was squatted up with one of the biggest streamers of all time, Dakotas. Coincidentally, Dakotas was also streaming, and all of his fans saw Daquan put on an absolute show in front of everybody. After the match, the two had such a good time that they decided to keep playing with each other before eventually getting a whopping 28 wins in a row. That's right, 28 Fortnite Victory Royales back to back to back. This was a world record at the time. After seeing how good Daquan was, Dakotas would get Daquan into some of the top Fortnite tournaments in the world, while also streaming with him on a daily basis. Because of all of this, Daquan went from one of the most underrated and unknown Fortnite streamers in the world to a top name in the game and in the gaming community. For a while, everything was going well. That was all until August of 2018, when Daquan uploaded a video titled Daquan's Depression Sickness. In this video, Daquan describes why he just disappeared randomly, and this story is very sad.
I literally couldn't do anything. I couldn't go to the gym anymore. I couldn't hang out with my friends. I was literally just sitting in my bed. Okay, symptoms that I had. I could barely eat. Anytime I ate anything, like, I felt like I just had to throw up. It was just severe nausea.
And sadly enough, Daquan would go on a long break following his depression video, causing a huge decline in his viewership. This obviously caused a drop in motivation for Daquan, leading to the stream quality also declining. Daquan would slowly but surely start to fall off the radar, and for almost 2 years, he didn't upload a single video or stream once. That was until 2021, when Daquan and a few of his friends from Fortnite signed a huge contract with NRG, and the team moved into the Boom House.
We got a dishwasher, a sink, another sink, 2 dead plants. Damn!
Right off the bat, Daquan was averaging crazy numbers on stream, and everything seemed back to normal.
Bring it back to me.
But shortly after this return, Daquan would disappear once again, and this time, it seems to be forever. It's been over 2 years since this 2021 NRG deal, and we haven't heard a single word from Daquan. I genuinely wish the best for him, and I really hope he comes back, because I miss him so much, almost as much as C-Day. C-Day is another creator who was a huge fan favorite before literally falling off the face of this earth, and his story starts back in 2016. Originally starting as a Destiny creator, C-Day didn't see much success streaming and making videos for only a few viewers. But then, C-Day started doing something different by creating funny compilations which would help him start to grow an audience on YouTube. When C-Day would upload his very first Fortnite video in 2017 though, is when things really started to take off. You see, C-Day used this tactic of creating funny moments like he did in Destiny, but brought it over to Fortnite. Well.
What the fuck is bro? I'm coming back. You know,
Hey, put that gun down. Put the gun down.
Which caused his viewership to spike in 2017. Over the span of just a year, C-Day would garner over 3 million subscribers to his YouTube channel, averaging millions and millions of views every upload. But it was around that time that C-Day took his first break, which was a precursor to his downfall. After a month of complete silence, C-Day would return and tell his viewers that while he was MIA, it was because he was moving into a new home, and it seemed like things were back to normal for a little while.
Is that a guy? Oh shit, wait, what? Bro. Easy.
C-Day started uploading consistently again, but then he started this weird pattern of leaving without telling his audience, taking little breaks here and there without really explanations. But sure enough, C-Day continued to gain subscribers, and although he was flaky with his uploads, he continued to be successful. That was until one day, everything just stopped. See, in February of 2020, C-Day uploaded a video which would be his last one for over 2 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the bullshit. Now, my last video, I went around to the new spots, well, most of them. I left out one of them, like the clown I am, because I thought that that one was going to be irrelevant, so I missed out on the grappler.
Of course, fans eagerly waited and waited, but heard nothing from C-Day for years. But he finally broke his silence during Season 2, Chapter 1, where Fortnite released the Black Hole event. Prior to this event, C-Day stated that he was fed up with the future of Fortnite and he would be posting one last video on the game. But oddly enough, that video never came. That is until 1 year later when he uploaded his comeback video.
You know, it's not easy to explain a nearly 2-year absence. And let's be real, those last 2 years were no normal 2 years, man. That was one long, continuous ass whooping the whole time.
But again, that seemed to be a one-time thing, because sure enough, after this comeback video, he disappeared again. This became a pattern for C-Day, and his fans started to expect that every time he came back, he would just flake and disappear again. And to this day, nobody really knows where C-Day is, or why he quit altogether. You'd think he'd at least let his audience know first. Next up, Hamlins. We've already talked about Daquan, and Hamlins is one of his best friends, and they kind of disappeared together. Let's go back a little bit though and talk about how Hamlins rose to fame in the first place. Before becoming a Fortnite streamer, Hamlins would play RuneScape where he gained a decent audience. But when Fortnite came around, Hamlins immediately made the switch and convinced his already established fan base to follow in his Fortnite streams. And boy, did Hamlins put in the work. He quickly became one of the best Fortnite players in the world and was averaging thousands of viewers on his Twitch streams.
That's my head now.
Hamlins would go on to meet one of the top streamers at the time, Myth, and the two became very close friends along with Daquan, and they would stream on the regular, really upping Hamlins' viewer base. Then in 2018, Hamlins would get the offer of a lifetime. He was recruited to Fortnite's top team at the time, TSM. And for the next year and a half, Hamlins went crazy with the content. He was absolutely crushing it in every aspect.
Oh, hello, motherfucker.
Watch this, chat. Watch this.
But just like everybody else on this list, when everything seemed to be doing fine on the outside, things weren't really as they seemed. See, as Hamlin started gaining more fans, there was more pressure on him to increase the quality and quantity of his streams. This pressure really got to Hamlin's, and it started to take a toll on his ability to stream every day.
No!
Then things got worse in August of 2021. Unfortunately, Hamlins would announce his first long break from streaming. This is because Hamlin's grandmother had gotten really sick and he needed some time for himself.
And then Hamlins, he ran into like family issues where he was experiencing loss like in his family for the first time.
Of course, this is understandable, but sometimes Twitch and YouTube are not forgiving when creators take these long breaks. Then, in October of that same year, Hamlins made his big return, but unfortunately, things were just not the same. He was streaming way less, and he just didn't really seem like himself. Since then, Hamlins has only streamed a total of 5 times and essentially fell off the radar. Much like our next creator, Fearless. Quite possibly the biggest mystery in Fortnite goes to Fearless. I mean, one of the largest creators in the entire world simply disappearing? We've got to talk about this. Fearless began his YouTube journey back in 2013 in the month of December. He would post Call of Duty content for several years, and Fearless kept grinding and posting this content and really became one of the better Call of Duty players of all time, and definitely one of the more popular ones. When Call of Duty Black Ops 3 came out, however, Fearless's numbers absolutely skyrocketed. From that, he realized his personality could help him gain more viewers than just playing the game, and he started creating funny and personalized content. And then, when Fortnite finally came around, Fearless went viral. He took his same funny, entertaining personality from Call of Duty and pushed it into his Fortnite content. So in 2017, he would upload his first Fortnite video, and from there, it was history. Just like COD, Fearless was a beast at Fortnite, and quickly became one of the best players in the world, while also growing a substantial fan base. At one point, back in 2018, he was getting 10 million views of video. But, unfortunately, all good things seemed to come to an end in Fortnite, because after a while of posting, Fearless started to upload less and less, and it got to the point where it would be months in between uploads, until eventually it seemed to all fizzle out. And I mean, he just completely stopped uploading. Sure enough, this sparked a reaction from all over the community, considering that Fearless was one of the greatest and most popular Fortnite players of this time. Everyone was trying to figure out what happened, and nobody really had the answers except Fearless himself. And with many theories out there, nobody really knows exactly what happened to the legendary Fearless. However, we do know what happened to Skeptic. From being one of the youngest Fortnite streamers making it viral, Skeptic's story is truly like no other. His story began back in 2018, where the 14-year-old Fortnite phenom began streaming his gameplay to a very small audience. Although he was very skilled, Skeptic did not gain much recognition at first because there were so many other young talented players in the game, and he needed an opportunity to set himself apart. Well, that opportunity came soon and fast. One day, during his live stream, he was randomly matched up against the legendary FaZe Tfue. Not only did Skeptic have an insane match, but ended up eliminating Tfue in an intense 1v1 at the end of the match. Here's that clip. Within days of this clip getting out there, Skeptic took off. His video of him killing Tfue amassed over 10 million views, and Skeptic started becoming way more known in the community. Eventually, about a month later, he was recruited to a top esports team known as Misfits Gaming, where he would eventually go on to pair up with his then World Cup duo, Clix. Skeptic kept getting better as a player and as a content creator, and his hard work and efforts placed him in the prestigious Fortnite World Cup with his duo, Clix. The two went on to win $100,000 from the World Cup, which they split even. However, many fans started bashing Skeptic for being toxic, including this clip right here where he takes the L IRL in the World Cup. We take the L! Oh my god, we got the track L in real life! This led fans to give Skeptic hate and even call him out for saying that Clix carried in the World Cup. Well, Clix never said that that was true, and he actually says that Skeptic was a great teammate. The two of them ended up splitting following the World Cup event. After the split, Clix and Skeptic went their separate ways, having an occasional chat on social media, and it was clear they didn't necessarily get along. That being said, Clix was blowing up, and this would cause a lot of people to take his side in this ever-going battle, leading Skeptic to losing some of his fan base. That being said, Skeptic decided to switch up his content around this time as well, because he didn't necessarily want to stay in the Fortnite space. So, Skeptic started to create content exploring NFTs, and this thing's made things worse as much of his fans didn't want to watch this new content. Then, Skeptic decided to switch back to Fortnite content, which at first did help him start to gain some of his traction back, and he was seeing a couple 100,000 views per video. However, ultimately, things didn't work out for Skeptic on the Fortnite side. Skeptic started to slow down his uploads, taking month-long breaks, and as we've seen from a lot of these other YouTubers and streamers, when you take long breaks, it's hard for your fans and the YouTube algorithm. However, he is still young and has continued to to make different types of content and still make a living doing full-time content creation. Unlike our next creator who completely disappeared, FaZe Dubs. Daniel Paul Walsh, more commonly known as Dubs, started off his gaming career as most other young kids did, because his big brother played too.
The way I got into gaming was through my brother and like my friends at school, because like they were all into gaming, and I started off with like Call of Duty.
But before Dubs became a Fortnite prodigy, he actually wanted to be a professional skateboarder, and he was pretty serious about it too. When he was just 13 years old, Dubs went to Woodward Skate Camp, which was one of the best skateboard camps in all of America. But on just his first day of camp, a tragedy would strike Dubs that would change his life forever.
So I was 13 years old, skateboarding at Woodward Skate Camp, and the first day I was there, I ended up breaking my femur, which I then had to go get a cast. I was in the cast for about a year.
Yeah, you heard him right, a whole year. And look at that thing, that cast took up his whole leg. And when you're in a full cast like that, there's not much you can do, if anything at all. Well, other than gaming, that is. So, to help Dubs feel better, his mom got him an awesome gaming set. And from there, his true obsession, gaming, had started.
That's how I fell in love with gaming, because that's the only thing I could do.
Dubs quickly forgot about getting back on his skateboard, and instead dove headfirst into the world of competitive gaming. And it just so happens that around this same time, a brand new game was released that would not only change Dubs' life, but the entire world of gaming. On September 26th of 2017, the game Fortnite Battle Royale was released to the public, and it took the entire world by storm. For those of you who are too young, or maybe aren't the biggest Fortnite fans, during this time, Fortnite was everywhere. Fortnite. And just like any other kid at the time, Dubs was obsessed with playing the game of Fortnite. However, the thing about Dubs is that he started to stand out from his friends at school. They all enjoyed playing the game, but Dubs was getting good. Like, really good. So, early on in 2018, Dubs decided to start playing in some competitive tournaments. Although he was good, he wasn't really seeing any success by way of earnings until later that year in 2018. During the Winter Royale on December 12th of 2018, Dubs finished 67th out of the top 100, which earned him a whopping $1,500 prize. This might not be huge for some people, but Dubs was just a 14 or 15-year-old kid, so this was probably amazing for him to see so much success early on. Right away, it was clear that Dubs was a force to be reckoned with in solo Fortnite. That being said, we do have to mention somebody else if we're going to be talking about Dubs, and that would be his duo partner Mega. You often don't hear Dubs without hearing Dubs and Mega, and that's because they're one of the greatest Fortnite duos of all time. And here's Dubs talking about how that happened.
So the way I found Mega was back in squad scrims. We had a team, and I was the owner of the team. We saw Mega like needed a team, so we picked him up and we just started dominating, and that was over after that.
The duo debuted together on March 17th in the Scallywag Cup. They finished second on all of NA East, which earned them $2,000 in prizes. This second place finish was not only huge because they got to earn $1,000 each, but it really showed how much potential they had as a duo as well as individual players. And the duo would not be stopping anytime soon. Mega and Dubs were about to lock in and train for one of the biggest gaming events in history, the Fortnite World Cup. Epic Games announced the Fortnite World Cup in early 2019. This would be a giant in-person LAN tournament held in New York City with a $30 million prize pool. This was not only the biggest prize pool in Fortnite history, but in esports history. The tournament would consist of both solos and duos, and players around the world would have an opportunity to qualify over 10 different weeks of qualifying tournaments. And the cool thing about this was that anyone could play to win, even without joining an org. 40 million players decided to try out for the Fortnite World Cup, so with $30 million on the line, Dubs and Mega stepped onto the battle bus, hoping to ride it all the way to New York City. And that's exactly what they did. In the first week of qualifiers, Dubs managed to get second placed in solos on NA East, which earned him a spot in the Solo World Cup. But that wasn't enough for him. He also got 6th place in week 3 of solos, 1st in week 5 of solos, and 3rd in week 7 of solos. Dubs was was performing so well, in fact, that many people in the community thought that he had to be cheating. I mean, who was this kid that just came out of nowhere? One of these people that thought he was cheating included one of the world's best players at the time, Booga.
I remember watching these clips right here, and I was like, what the hell is this kid's aim? Look how snappy it looks. You guys see how snappy? Like, watch this. Look how, like, flicky and weird it looks. Like, you guys see this?
And this would not be the last controversy in Dubs' career. So make sure you guys stick around for the entire video, because I have a couple crazy stories coming about how FaZe Dubs almost got canceled. However, with these cheating accusations,
Yeah.